Okay, great. I think we're ready to go. Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sylvia Sadowski, and I'd like to welcome you to our first PED Lunch and Learn for this fall. Today, we'll be talking about stories of immigration and belonging, which was created as a partnership between Hamilton Civic Museums, the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, also known as HIPC, and members of our community who have come together to honor and amplify the contributions of immigrants in our communities. Our presenters today will be Sarah Wayland, who works as a senior project manager in the Immigration Partnership section in Economic Development Division, as well as Meredith Leonard. She's a senior curator in the Learning and Interpretation section for Hamilton Civic Museums from the Tourism and Culture Division. A few things before we get started. Please ensure that your microphones are muted, and please note that this Lunch and Learn will be recorded. And there will be a Q&A session at the end of the presentation where everybody is welcome to raise their hand and unmute themselves and ask a question to our presenters, along with a follow-up question if you have one. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Meredith to get us started.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Sylvia. And thanks to everybody for joining us for lunch today. I'll just there we go. There, first slide. So I'm just going to get started with a little bit of an introduction about Hamilton Civic Museums, where I'm the senior curator for learning and interpretation. I've got a background in museum studies and education, and I've been lucky enough to get to put those two interests together in my work in community museums throughout Southern Ontario. The focus of my work in Hamilton is interpretive planning across all of our sites, as well as staff learning and development, exhibitions, outreach, and for the last couple of years, all things digital. So as Sylvia mentioned, Hamilton Civic Museums is part of the Heritage Resource Management section, and we're located in the Tourism and Culture Department. We manage over 30 historic sites and buildings, including a network of museums, which you might be more familiar with. So Dunder National Historic Site, which is also home to the Hamilton Military Museum, Griffin House National Historic Site, Whitehorn Battlefield House, the Hamilton Museum of Steam and Technology, Fieldcoat up in Ancaster, the Hamilton Children's Museum, which is undergoing a really exciting renovation project at the moment, and the Hamilton and Scourge, which is actually an underwater archaeology site. We also care for other historic buildings in the city, including Auchmar Estate, and have a digital presence for the Civic Museums, which is hamiltoncivicmuseums.ca. And I will turn it over to my co-presenter, Sarah.
Hello, everybody, and my name is Sarah Wayland. I'm the Senior Project Manager for HIPC, the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council. I've been in this role since 2018, and before that, I worked in Global Hamilton in Economic Development, which is the city's immigrant attraction plan and support for immigrant entrepreneurs and international students. So those are the really two of the very few roles in the city that focused on immigrants and immigration, and that's my longstanding interest. So I feel really fortunate to have employment that suits my interests. So I want to tell you a little bit about HIPC, which goes back to 2009. It was one of the first local immigration partnerships to be funded by the federal government and set up in Canada. And now there are more than 80 across the country that bring together stakeholders and individuals and organizations that have a role to play in newcomer settlement. Our strategic plan at HIPC talks about having a collective impact goal of helping all newcomers to have a successful settlement experience and to feel a sense of belonging in Hamilton. And the activities that we pursue: research, collaboration, convening, public education, events such as Newcomer Day that you may have attended at City Hall, happens every May, are things that we do to increase that sense of belonging and to connect newcomers to services. And this image here shows our member organizations that are sitting around our council table of about 30 members and close to 20 organizations there. So I want to give some context about immigration to Canada and why we would embark on a partnership on stories of migration and belonging and how immigration connects to Hamilton. So on the next slide, we have some kind of basic data, but before that happened, I guess throughout Hamilton's history, it's been attractive to people who have come from other countries, who joined Indigenous peoples who were already living here for millennia. But Hamilton was incorporated in 1846, and in the first census in 1851, only 9% of Hamilton's population had been born in Upper Canada. Most residents had come from England, Scotland, and Ireland. So 91% foreign born. We're not at that rate now, but that was really kind of an incredible way to start the city's official history. And as many of you, I'm sure, are aware, at the turn of the century, the 20th century, heavy industry in Hamilton became a driver for labor migration, diversifying the population and attracting non-English speakers from continental Europe, many of whom were laborers seeking employment in iron and steel. And more recently, we have immigrants to Hamilton from around the world who come for a variety of reasons. Some come as economic class immigrants seeking opportunities for themselves and their families, some to pursue education, to reunite with family, or even to flee oppression and persecution. And Canada-wide, immigration has been in the news quite a lot lately, especially around international students and numbers of temporary residents and permanent residents and what those are going to look like in the near future. But immigration does continue to account for most of Canada's population growth and net labor market growth. And in Hamilton, we've had more than 20,000 people landing or becoming permanent residents between the last two census periods, which is quite high. And just in 2023 alone, close to 6,000 people arriving as permanent residents in Hamilton or becoming permanent residents, having already lived here temporarily. And we also receive secondary migration from other cities, especially in the GTA area, people who come here for affordability and quality of life and a variety of reasons. But Hamilton is a net beneficiary of secondary migration, meaning more people would come here from other cities in Canada than leave here to go to other cities in Canada. So that's your Immigration 101 context.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. Over to our next slide here. HRM, which is the Civic Museums, was so pleased to collaborate on this project with HIPC. Sarah and her team has been a great partner and really allowed us to bring this project to life. And I think it's something that neither one of us could necessarily have done on our own, but together we were able to make this really incredible project that continues to have uptake today. So we use sort of an exhibit format to share information with the public, to capture important stories, and also reach our mutual goals. So I'm going to just give a little bit of an overview, some background and behind the scenes information, and discuss the goals of the various phases of this exhibit project and discuss the partnership in more detail. Trying to be sort of quick and concise to give everyone just sort of the big picture view and sort of a taster of the exhibition. I invite everybody to explore the website of this exhibition especially. And I'm a huge museum nerd, so I'm always happy to talk about this exhibition if anybody has any questions either at the end of our presentation or to follow up afterwards. So hamiltoncivicmuseums.ca is a new digital storytelling platform that interprets Hamilton's histories through heritage-based digital exhibition. And it includes new content that's co-created with our external partners, as well as with community groups. The website launched as part of the Hamilton 175 project, which was a digital commemoration of the 175th anniversary of the city's founding. The project happened in 2021, so a layer of challenges. Our teams weren't working in person together and weren't able to connect with community groups regularly in person. So that was a piece that we navigated throughout the early parts of this project. But we were able to bring it together and launch this incredible exhibition in November 2021. If any of you have visited any of our Hamilton Civic Museums, you'll know that most of our work is traditionally focused on face-to-face experiences, tours, exhibitions, and special events. So this foray into digital spaces was a definite learning curve and some new territory for us to explore. We discovered that the digital space is really a medium in and of itself. It's different from a physical exhibition. The focus for us with the virtual museum was engaging experiences that helped to facilitate understanding of the content and work well with the way in which people want to explore and engage with content online. It's quite different when we're designing for physical gallery spaces or when people have one of our incredible interpreters to help show them around. So we had to really think about how could we make this an experience that could be self-led and self-directed and meet the needs of our audiences online. We emphasize that storytelling should and could take sort of the center stage here. So rather than be focusing on individual artifacts, we sort of took a look at the bigger stories and themes that really run throughout the history of the city, and those sort of broader narratives to make those connections. We also wanted to take advantage of the digital opportunity and do things that maybe we couldn't do in person, using tools to layer information. So things like video, audio, text, and images all together, and incorporate different perspectives and different voices. For this particular suite of online exhibitions, it was really important for us to be mindful of the way in which our audience engages with content and the fierce competition that exists for people's attention online. So this meant we were looking at new ways to engage people with sort of that sticky content that makes people want to stick around and learn and explore more, and create something that was concise and sort of easily digestible chunks of information that people could experience in a normal sort of virtual environment. And for us, this proved a really important opportunity to tell a more complete history of the city beyond the stories connected to our physical sites. We have a number of physical museum buildings that tell incredible stories, but they're a little bit limited by sort of the families who live there, the people who use the land, the things that happen there. This digital space gave us a sort of a limitless opportunity to look at spaces and stories and experiences throughout the city, whether or not it occurred sort of on or near one of our museum sites. So in November 2021, this exhibition or this website went live, and Stories of Migration and Belonging launched across another a set of exhibitions, which I'm going to just give a quick overview of now, but I invite everyone to explore those a little bit more closely. So along with Stories of Migration and Belonging, we launched with Points of Pride, which is a place-based history project and resource that celebrates 2S LGBTQ+ narratives in Hamilton across time and space. And we worked with an incredible group of young people who are continuing to drive the generation of this information and continue to build this story and this exhibition. Next, we had And Still I Rise, which examines stories of the Black community in 20th century Ontario. Then we've got Talking About Treaties, which is an evolving and in-depth look at treaties with Indigenous nations, especially as related to Hamilton. We have an exhibition on the Brightside neighborhood, which is a community-led look at the workers' neighborhood that flourished in the first half of the 20th century, where the Stelco lands are now. Then Struggle and Survival, a very timely look in 2021 at historical pandemics and the way in which they changed and influenced our city and society at large. And we also have Hamilton's History Timeline, which is an always expanding interactive timeline of the city's history and is one of the great spots that we're really excited about community participation and contribution to. So we're going to start out with Series 1. In late 2021, Hamilton Civic Museums adopted a new Civic Museum strategy, key components of which included expanding our online presence in a meaningful way, co-creating and collaborating with community partners, and embracing the entire history of the city to include spaces beyond our physical sites. These goals represent best and next practices in museums, and the entire Stories of Migration and Belonging project was really designed to embody this strategy and to be an example of what it might look like in person. The strategy document came out about the same time as our exhibitions launched in November 2021. As Sarah noted, immigration is incredibly important to Hamilton. Today, 1 in 4 Hamiltonians is an immigrant. And through this exhibition, the Civic Museums and HIPC sought to highlight these important contributions to the city while providing a local lens on a larger national discussion on immigration. Stories of Migration and Belonging endeavors to engage audiences in more inclusive, accessible, and equitable exploration of local history through digital means. We hoped with this exhibition to provide some insight into people's journeys through video storytelling, showcasing the diversity of individual experiences, while at the same time finding those themes and commonalities that really link us all together. Again, we wanted to highlight the incredible contributions that immigrants have made to and continue to make to our community, both past and present, and provide a platform and a space where people could share stories in their own words. Often visiting museum websites or museum exhibitions, you get an institutional voice. And for us, with our new strategy and our new approach, we really wanted to emphasize voices from the community because it gives such a rich and incredibly diverse understanding of what it means to live and be in Hamilton. So we worked with a local company called Hamilton Rising to produce these videos, which were filmed at the Workers' Arts and Heritage Center in 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic. And while the museums and HIPC provided funding and support along with a loose structure, the words that make up the core of these video stories are the participants' own. There wasn't any sort of script that they were given. They were just invited to share their experiences in a way that they most felt. Most chose to answer in words. But if you watch Joyce's story in video, she adds a little music and song in there too. So we were happy to be able to provide a space for those stories to be shared. At the heart of this project was really the goal of engaging community and telling stories through digital means. So we wanted to really sort of experiment with this process and really invite other people to the table to create things together. And I'll throw it over to Sarah to sort of chat about the HIPC version or the HIPC view on the project.
Well, just to build on what you were saying, Meredith, HIPC in our strategic plan that started in 2021, we actually have made a commitment to center newcomer voices and to try to have, try to amplify those voices. So this project fit really well within that because, as you said, it was not scripted. We are really wanting to let newcomers tell their own stories themselves. And just you can see from this slide how the still images really pop. And even though they were all filmed in, the interviews were filmed in the Workers' Arts and Heritage Center in the common location, but Sam from Hamilton Rising also followed people around the city a little bit, and he did a little filming in places that were important to them. And I just love the color in this slide and in that first series of videos.
And I'll just add that the B-roll footage that you'll see both if you watch series 1 as well as series 2 was really led, as Sarah said, by the participants. So it was so interesting to see what parts of the city are important to these folks, and just gives us a different view of spaces we maybe know and we have a relationship with, but to see how they're meaningful for other people was a really interesting way to explore the city. And series 1 went so well. There was a great response and interest from others in sharing their story. It's a big ask to ask people to come on camera and talk about their lives, and so we wanted to be really sort of conscious of that and trying to make the process as easy as possible for people. And we're endlessly grateful to these 12 incredible individuals who just said yes, and were really generous in sharing their experiences, their stories, answering questions, and providing insight. So in 2022 and 2023, we planned and produced the next set of stories, which included 6 more videos, which allowed us to continue to develop that conversation around migration and offer additional views and additional experiences to share with our audience. We continue to build on our partnership with HIPC as well as with individuals in the community and work to sort of fine-tune this collaborative exhibition practice to more closely connect with our audiences and provide a space and support for telling diverse stories with a variety of voices. Again, we worked with Hamilton Rising for this particular series. We were able to film these at the cotton factory, and because this was a little bit later in the pandemic, we were able to meet and talk with people a little bit more directly, which was a really incredible experience just from being on sort of the worker side of this project. It was great to experience and talk and learn from these individuals. This series 2 also featured our first French language interview. So if you watch Lancine's story, it's in French and we've got that subtitled for everyone. And Sarah, I'll just throw back to you to sort of talk about HIPC's help and support for the second series, but also your thoughts around it.
Yeah, we felt like we were becoming veterans at finding people and working in videos, which had been new for us, and that was very wonderful partnership. We're not going to show you one of the entire video interviews today, but just to say that each one I think is between 5 minutes and maybe the longest one is around 9 minutes long. But we encourage you to watch these individual stories on your own time and share them with people, because they're kind of, I would say, evergreen content in a way that even though we did it, they were created a bit more than a year ago, but they're just really, the stories are pretty timeless.
And that's what I love about this. When we got some inquiries about doing a lunch and learn about this exhibition, I think Sarah and I were a little surprised. So we're like, yeah, this was a little while ago now. But rewatching the stories and engaging with the content again, you realize how evergreen this content is, and that's really important piece for us as museums who preserve stories and share history. This is a really important way to do that, using different kinds of technology. So next, I'm going to try and play video. So please bear with me. Because this is such a video-informed project, we wanted to give everyone a little bit of sort of a taste of what this looks like. So there's a few short clips throughout. And Sylvia, I'll ask you just to let me know if anything doesn't look good from your end with the sound or with the video.
Sounds good.
Every newcomer has a unique story to share about their migration journey and finding a sense of belonging in Hamilton. Hamilton Civic Museums, in partnership with Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, is proud to present Phase 2 of Stories of Migration and Belonging. This exhibition adds 6 new voices to the foundational stories featured on hamiltoncivicmuseums.ca.
It worked well.
Yeah. Okay, good. Always a relief when tech cooperates.
Yes, that's great. So I guess one of our challenges is getting the word out about digital storytelling in this exhibition, because how do we, with that, we don't have a huge advertising budget or any advertising budget really. So one way that we tried to drive people to the exhibit was we created some storyboards. This is for the second round. We have 13 storyboards to attract attention to the exhibit. And you can see they have QR codes, and each one has a bit of a profile of one of the 6 people who are featured in a video, along with something that they represent or embody. Safa's story, for example, connected to newcomer youth, or Len to post-war immigration to Hamilton. He's now in his 80s, but had come when he was only 5 from Italy. So we had those on display on the second floor of City Hall outside council chambers for most of March 2023, and also on display at Hamilton Public Library Central Branch, and also at Sackville Senior Center for a while. But I just want to say we still have these storyboards. They're in the basement of City Hall, and the videos are still, great. And if anyone who's watching this webinar would like to use some or all of the storyboards on display, either for city staff or in a public location, we'd be very open to that. And we also have a booklet version of the storyboards that could be used in classrooms and the like for educational purposes. And yeah, we hope that this exhibit will live on.
And this, the pictures come from HIPC's annual event back in 2023, and the museum staff were so excited to be featured as part of that event and to have these individual stories featured. It's great to run into a couple of the people featured in this, and I know the team at Hamilton Rising runs into people all the time, and there's just such a great feeling of community around this. I think people are really proud and invested in it, which is a really important part of doing museum work with community groups. We want everyone to feel like they had a platform to tell their story in a way that they felt comfortable with. And I think with this exhibition, we accomplished that. The next few slides, we just selected a couple of clips. They're about 20 to 30 seconds long, just to sort of highlight a little bit of a taste of some of the interviews from series 2. So we'll have Len, Safa, and Elena, who will tell y'all a little bit about their own experiences. As Sarah mentioned, the videos themselves are about 5 to 6 minutes long. So this is just a little piece of those. So again, please, a little grace, everyone, for tech. Fingers crossed this will be okay.
Well, Hamilton means quite a bit to me. It's the place where I made my living. It's the place where I grew up. So that's why I say it's my hometown. It's the place where 3 of my 4 children live and make a living in Hamilton. It's a place. It's a city that it's a big city, but yet has a small city feel, especially for my generation. Well,
Oops. Sorry, everyone. Here's Safa.
I would love to see myself maybe after 5 years in a job that help people or help newcomers to feel more welcome, more engaging in the city, help immigrants from different country, different status, because I feel like not all of them get the same support.
She'd only been in Canada for 1 year when she was doing that interview.
Such an incredible story.
Amazing,
and
yeah. She's
her.
now attending Algonquin College in Ottawa, but hopefully she will move back to Hamilton.
I would love to see
That was called To Come to Wesley. It's a non-profitable charitable organization that helps refugees who come over to Canada. And they formed the group, the team of people who would help Ukrainians. And I thought that would be my call to help my people. And I jumped on this opportunity to be useful.
And she also, Alina, had only been in Canada for about a year at that time that she did that interview, but now she works for Wesley. And I think my HIPC colleague was in a meeting with her this morning, in fact.
Let me just get to the next one here. Okay, perfect. So the individual stories were so incredible. But Sarah, you and I were talking about this, and just noting that while these individuals were incredible, they're a small sample of the incredible immigrants who come to Canada, who have these similar stories, and who go through sort of similar challenges, and are able to find success and make a life here as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They're not representative in the sense that they're people who are willing to go on camera and tell their story and who would engage, in an audience, which most people may not want to do, but they are representative and kind of typical in the sense that we try to get people from different regions who came here under different migration streams at different ages, who are just sort of typical, not people who are exceptional, except that their stories are really, truly very interesting, all of them.
And it was such a privilege to get to know each of these people through this project, and
Yeah,
work with Sarah and her team.
it was fun. It was a really fun, good news project. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll talk a little bit about our series 3, which is our most recent series. And while we're still sort of working with HIPC behind the scenes on a lot of these projects, for the third series, we thought that we could look maybe at historical immigration to sort of connect these pieces. As a historian, I was watching these videos, being in on these interviews, and just realizing that these experiences are really similar across time and space. That people in the 1830s experienced the same sort of push and pull factors to come and find a new place to live, and had the same challenges and triumphs and successes of building a life here in Hamilton. So we decided to take a look back, and really look at the entire sort of range of immigrant experiences to Hamilton, beginning in the early 1800s. So phase 3, which looked a little bit backwards, to also look forwards, was produced in 2023 and launched in early 2024, end of February, which had a couple of challenges around that. And this is a relatively long time period for an exhibition as well as a project. This was due in part to the pandemic, in part due to sort of differing financial, human, and time resources. But the longer timeline really allowed us to have an extended conversation around this topic, to engage new people, find new partners, and really make those connections across past, present, and future. So it was really an asset to this project that we were able to continue to build on the initial success and continue to explore this topic, and really build more deeper and more meaningful relationships. So we hoped that this series 3 would help to diversify the narratives, and just have people sort of think about the big picture when it comes to immigration. So this will be the last video, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the individual stories here. But this was our promo for the launch of series 3, which sort of completed the first phase, the first round of Stories of Migration and Belonging.
For Series 3 of Stories of Migration and Belonging, we journeyed back in time, highlighting historic immigration stories connected with 3 Hamilton Civic Museums: Griffin House, the Hamilton Museum of Steam and Technology, and Auchmar Estate. These 3 stories, along with the exhibit's 12 contemporary accounts of migration to Hamilton, highlight the diverse journeys that have brought people to our city, while connecting the elements of making a home in Hamilton that we all hold in common.
So these were the anchor stories for series 3. And to decide on these, we talked to our staff who know our historic sites best and asked if they had any information, if there were any stories connected to immigration that were really important and really essential to these noteworthy spaces in and around Hamilton. So we had an incredible response, and we chose 3 key stories. The first is that of Anne-Rose and Priscilla Griffin, who fled enslavement in the United States in the early in the 1820s and 30s, and came here to Ancaster. And the home that they lived in is now Griffin House National Historic Site. Next, we looked at the Hamilton Museum of Steam and Technology, where Chief Engineer James McFarlane, who was an immigrant himself, actually hired a number of immigrants, largely from Ireland, to work at the waterworks and to help keep the city's water supply clean and safe during cholera outbreaks in the mid-1800s. And a little bit more recently, we look to Auchmar Estate, up on the mountain, and the Sisters of Social Service, who occupied that space from 1946 to the late 1990s. And this Catholic religious order did a lot of their community-based work out of Auchmar. They lived there, they had services and celebrations there, they provided housing and worship space for newcomers to Hamilton. So it was really sort of a meta newcomer story of newcomers helping newcomers in this space in Hamilton. So we were really excited to dive a little deeper into these stories. But we learned very quickly, as with the first 2 series, that these aren't stories we can tell without community and without partnerships. So we were really excited to engage another group of partners. So we worked with the Griffin House Committee, worked with Stewart Memorial Church, Pat Gallagher's Cemetery Chronicles. Pat runs incredible tours of the cemetery and is actually doing one around Cholera and Industrial Hamilton this Sunday, which we'll touch on some of the topics covered in our video on James McFarland. And then we worked with the Bishop Farrell Library and Archives with the Diocese of Hamilton to really tell the story of the Sisters of Social Service. So in sort of bringing all of these voices together, we were able to tell a much richer narrative of these spaces and places. We wanted to really focus on connecting buildings and places to stories, and stories that are perhaps not the best known ones connected to these sites, but that add a human element to these spaces, and so that you have a story when you go and visit these locations. While this provides Stories of Migration and Belonging sort of provides a digital anchor on our site for the newcomer story, we want to make those physical connections that had really started in the first two series with that B-roll and with our participants going to those spaces and connecting the city together. For us, for the Civic Museums, the choice of these three locations had the added benefit of enabling greater access to these sites. Griffin House is quite a small space and is open seasonally, and right now is undergoing some capital construction work, so is not a space that is readily accessible to a wide variety of the population year-round. And then the Steam Museum and Akamar, owing to the historic nature of the buildings, they're not fully accessible. So by using video and using digital means, we were able to share these stories widely for people who, for reasons of geography or physical access, may not be able to come inside the space itself. So an added bonus of really exploring these stories in a digital way. And as we've talked about again, we really wanted to focus on evergreen content to create something that has relevance the day it's created, as well as years from now. And then just a little bit of information about each of these videos. We talk about Anne Earls Griffin fleeing enslavement with his wife Priscilla from the United States, coming to Ancaster here and setting up a prosperous farm, becoming a really important community organizer and rising to prominence, engaging with the Black community and also with people like Sir Allan McNabb at Dundurn Castle, working with the whole population in Hamilton. Griffin House itself is an incredibly beautiful space, and I encourage everyone to watch this video. Producing this video was an incredible experience. We were able to work with Julia Horton and Richard Douglas Chin from the Griffin House Committee, and just the opportunity to sit and have a conversation about Griffin and his life at the kitchen table in Griffin House was so memorable and such a powerful experience that really, I think, emphasizes the importance of place. I talked a little bit already about James McFarland at the Hamilton Waterworks, now the Hamilton Museum of Steam and Technology, and not only his successes coming from Scotland, but his hiring of Irish immigrants who, during this time period, during the mid-1800s, were quite discriminated against in the city. And this was a really important piece of someone prominent like McFarland hiring these immigrants for jobs in the waterworks, and then the contribution of those individuals to clean water, which was essential for disease control, especially in the mid-1800s. And I encourage everyone who's able to visit the Steam Museum. The incredible interpretive staff there will give you a much more comprehensive discussion of this history than I'm able to. And finally, looking at Akamar and the story of the Sisters of Social Service. They were an order who came from Hungary, and they were called by the Bishop of Hamilton to help and support newcomer communities in the 1940s. They took up residence at Akamar, where they employed their professional training. They engaged in social work, women's movements, education as well. They were involved with a number of our local schools, and was just a really important sort of touchstone for newcomers in the city. And they operated out of that space for almost 50 years. So with that, Sarah, is there anything that you would like to say in conclusion?
I think you're
So-
muted, Sarah.
Yeah, there you go.
Just that this was a lovely project to work on, and we really enjoyed it, our HIPC team. And yeah, we look forward to future collaborations, whatever they may be. Yeah, it was just a great project. And I'd be interested to know if anyone participating has questions and comments if you've seen the videos.
Great.
And thanks Sarah and her team, and thanks Sylvia as well for featuring this project. We're really excited to talk about it.
Amazing. In that case, we shall open up time for some questions or comments. If anybody in the audience has any, the way we normally run this is if you want to raise your hand and we will call upon you and you can unmute yourself and ask your question. And I see some questions coming in. I am going to start here with our first question, which is to either Sarah or Meredith. I'm not sure who wants to answer it, but how did you select the 12 people in your videos? How did you go about that?
Mhm. I can take that question because I think that was more of our work from HIPC. And we did have two things. One is shows the power of community. And secondly, we did an open call for applications. So we, through our own social media channels, which you can follow HIPC at HIPC Hamilton on X and Instagram, we put out a call for applications, and we did receive a number of online people filled out a form online and said, like when they came to Canada, where they were from, something about themselves. And we wanted to get a variety of people. Obviously, we don't want everybody coming from the same country at the same time and being the same age. So we were looking for variety. So to fill in some gaps, we connected with our community partners, different organizations who are part of HIPC, and asked them if they could help us find, or if they identify from their client base or just through their own networks, people they knew. Some people I knew personally ahead of time, or Udara, who's representing economic class immigration, is actually a HIPC council member who applied through the open nomination process. So that's it. But we had a few pieces in mind that we wanted to fill. Like I really wanted someone to represent post-war migration to Hamilton, especially from Italy, because that's such an important part of the Hamilton story. And we were able to find Lynn, which was wonderful, through city staff, through Lisa Maychek, who runs the senior strategy. She actually connected us to Lynn because he had won Senior of the Year award a few years ago. So she was familiar with his story and thought he would be a great interview subject. And we also wanted someone who had fled conflict in Afghanistan or Ukraine quite recently to show that that those populations who have come to Hamilton in recent years and the like. So that was a bit of a process, but it was, again, a good process to identify people for the videos.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. And it sounds like a long process, but it sounds like it was very effective the way it was done. Is there any more questions from the audience? If you have a question, please raise your hand and then you will be called upon to unmute yourself and ask your question. Margaret has a question. Margaret, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So you were saying that you would like to spread the word about the existence of the exhibit, and you have brochures. And I was going to suggest that maybe, we can connect, because when we go out to the public on various public meetings for specific projects, we can certainly bring brochures with us if you would be interested in that. Yeah, so just let us know if you can reach out to me with specifics, then I'd be happy to help out with that.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, and on a personal note, I have to say that as an immigrant to Canada, and I immigrated with my parents to Toronto, if I had seen a series like that, I would have felt even more welcome. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, it's good to know. We don't know in HIPC because we're not a direct service provider. We are, kind of work to influence public opinion and help newcomers feel welcome. But although we have evaluation and we do all kinds of things, it's often hard to grasp. So, what kind of difference we're making. So we know when we just hear from people that something makes a difference to them and how they feel, we know that that's important. It's important. It's not super tangible, but yeah, we know. We also have our Hamilton for All campaign, and which is broader than just around newcomers, but similar kind of thing. We hope it makes a difference.
I think it does. Personally, I think it does. Thank you.
Much.
Thank you for your question and feedback, Margaret. I don't see any other hands up. So everybody head on over to Hamilton Civic Museums, check out their exhibits. There's 3 series. Send them to your friends and family and colleagues. It's all accessible online. Spread the word. It's really important to preserve the stories and share history. And I've checked out a few of the videos even before this Lunch and Learn, and I think they're phenomenal. So thank you. In closing, thank you to our speakers, Meredith and Sarah, for putting together this presentation. And thank you, everybody, for being a great audience today. If you do have any ideas in your areas for another Lunch and Learn in the future, feel free to send me an email or send an email to or contact anybody on the Employee Engagement Committee. We're always looking for projects, ideas to spread the word about the great work that's happening in PED. And keep an eye out for PED newsletters for the upcoming Lunch and Learns. Again, thank you very much, Meredith and Sarah.
Thanks.
And have a
Thanks
great
for
day.
having us. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Eat tea or coffee? Same thing. Yeah, I just wrote it. But somebody go upstairs. Knows about the supply. I will sleep. I mean, what at least stations. Yeah. Guaranteed though. there's something I didn't know that. Oh, there's something. And the answer only to find the answer for one of them, and I didn't. I didn't have the time about actually to enter the. Well, this question. What happened